Hopefully this works out. Ah, there we go. Quite choppy, but yeah, maybe I should have tried the 10 frames per second trick. Oh well. Yeah. Well, don't really need to do much here. Just need to find some place to have Link stand around. There. Okay, now. It's June. And, well, a draft is imminent. So, as per usual, figured may as well go over the rumors. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Of course. First, you should probably bring up. You should probably clarify a few other things. I think yeah, the problem with not having a script, you don't always know what to say, but yeah. Of course, also worth noting that I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate some footnotes from some other things like this that I never did bother to get off the ground. This might be split up into multiple parts for the main channel. Anyway, so I guess the future of Nintendo first. Now, we know that the next Nintendo Switch, hopefully anything don't go wrong with this. The next Nintendo Switch, yeah. The next Nintendo Switch this out here. But not. I said not. Yeah, really need to get these keys fixed. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this you all know already. N-MCMXCIX, it or should probably clarify that. Ah. Stupid thing. Oh, silly. Ah. So, anyway, this is already a bit of a train wreck, I guess, and I have barely even started yet. Yeah, not even sure how legible that text is. Yeah. Anyway. We know it's coming this fiscal year. I mean we know it's being the announcement's coming this fiscal year, but obviously not this month. Now. The June Direct. And that's how you spell that. And stupid keyboard. Possibly. Bad enough that there's lag on the video. Footage. A bit worse if the keys aren't responding properly. Yeah, I really need to get all this fixed. Yeah. No next switch likely for either direct. And, of course, one other detail, note, is that the next yeah, next switch may, why is there a second space there? Yeah. And come on, this is already bad enough. Do I have to make it, does it have to be worse? With all these errors with the, with Microsoft Word? Yeah. Yeah. So, I guess the question is, why type all this? Well, for one, well, I mean, aside from the fact that, well, it would, I thought it would make things a bit more interesting when compared to just simply speaking, and the fact that, well, compositing can be more can take more time than it's worth when doing it in post. Sometimes, I mean, it's easy enough. Just, is it worth all that rendering time? I could just get it all done on live, if possible. Then again, as is, I doubt anything. I don't doubt any of this would really improve production quality. I mean, come on, did the line across the screen because of the way I had to hide the, and the way I had to go about hiding the in the majority of Microsoft Word. I mean, can't zoom out on the section of OBS that allows me to fix anything enough to properly position the window. I had to zoom in on the display capture. I mean, on the laptop recording itself, just to get it to not show the what's beyond the page. The text is probably a bit messed up on that for that reason. Anyway, my point with this yeah. So for this, yeah, what am I even doing with the mouse? Pulling at the wrong things. So, yeah. And getting thrown off by the fact that there's two cursors anyway. This detail. Sure, everyone's acting as though the, as though, because it was announced that there's going to be an announcement this fiscal year, and it means that the Nintendo Switch, the next Nintendo Switch, will actually be sold this year. That's not what was said. All it says is that there's going to be an announcement this fiscal year. That's before April of next year, we will know what the next Nintendo Switch is. Not that we'll have it. So therefore, it's best to make a point of that, and hopefully people stop getting their hopes of a reveal incoming sooner than expected. Furthermore, just because Nintendo didn't announce 1,000 items so before now, doesn't mean that Nintendo or the third-party studios are running out of things to publish. I mean, in one thing of note, yeah, gonna have to put this thing down and type something else now. What was I gonna type? Lost my train of thought when switching things. It was, just had it. Yeah, really bungling this broadcast. Anyone even watching? Besides the monitor on, or, I mean, actually, does it count, does that one viewer, does it count the the playback on the device that's clearly logged into the Twitch account? Yeah, hopefully not. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh, I think I know what I was gonna say. Why is there a space there? Yeah. Hopefully that... Oh, great. Now...
noises once again.
Too bad there's no skip button. Anyway, as I was about to say, I mean, sure, it may have been the case with the GameCube to the Wii and the Wii U to the Switch, but for the most part, Nintendo doesn't typically drop support for, or I mean, doesn't and just automatically instantly stop making software or stop releasing software for the last system when the next system comes out. There's usually at least 3 years. It's usually about 3 years of support even after the next system comes out. So the fact that people think that well, where was I going with this? Um, ah. Yeah, too bad I'm not recording the audio track separate. I could really cut this down significantly without cutting out the music. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So. Yeah. So. Anyway. Yeah, this is really going well. Really going well. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. Anyway. Maybe I should have just written a script or something. Anyway. So. It's assumed that the next system will be backwards compatible with the old. Right? Yeah. Might be getting ahead of myself when trying to explain what I already said, but anyway. I guess my original point was with the whole thing of new system not automatically meaning the end of the old system. Both Nintendo and the third parties would have likely had quite a few projects in the works. Are we really sure that all of them will be out of production before the next system releases? Not necessarily. So there'll probably be definitely be a few years of a couple years of overlap. That's what I'm trying to say. A few years of overlap. So, that, combined with the fact that, and, well, I mean, here's the thing. How do we know that all the titles that would be coming out post next Nintendo Switch will actually need all that power? I mean, there's always going to be some titles that don't need that much power. Sure, a lot of a lot of them would be indie titles and remasters of past games, but there's always going to be a few games that don't need that much power. So whether we're talking Nintendo or third parties, I mean, the Switch is just far too popular to just drop support for it cold turkey. So, for that reason, it's reasonable to assume that, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, as many titles that can take advantage of the power of the next system will likely take advantage of the next system's power. But I don't see any reason not to, in why studios won't have some of the titles that are capable of running on the current Switch release for that as well. Again, a few years of overlap, just like the 3DS and other systems. And unlike the 3DS during the Switch era, the architecture likely won't be all that different. And so the same mistakes with the 3DS won't be made. I mean, the game, due to backwards compatibility and other factors I'll get into soon, it's reasonable to assume that any game as released for the Switch will also be available for the next Switch going forward. Yeah. Which, I guess now, I think I'm starting to get the hang of what I'm trying to say. Hopefully. Probably not, though. I'll probably mess up again soon. But anyway. Yeah. There are two details of note. First of all, AMD Memphis R, I think it was, in most first Switch titles. And Nintendo Switch. What? Yeah, you get the idea. I think. So. Yeah. What was the name of that? Okay, so what was the name of that? Of that upscaler that's been making news. The yeah, something or other. I know. Come on, I had it earlier. It was a 4-character abbreviation. What was it? It was. Shouldn't have to look this up just to be able to say it. Come on, I know the answer. Why am I drawing blanks? Oh, as soon as I bring up the browser, or to look it up, yeah. Came back to me before I could even had a chance to look it up. Yeah. Yeah. This is something that made the news a couple weeks ago. But mostly fell under the radar, it would seem. So, yeah. Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make, I think. Yeah, or that doesn't help. Helps explain, but it doesn't tell everything. So, what I'm trying to say is simply this. And since Nintendo Switch Sports, Nintendo has been including AMD FSR under the hood in the first party titles. not just in Switch Sports, Splatoon 3, possibly a Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and Tears of the Kingdom as well. This has been going on since so this entire the entirety of this decade it's been done, and not just and of course not just Nintendo themselves, but Sega did it for but I'm pretty sure Sega did it for Sonic Frontiers as well. And it turns out that on PC, if you have AMD DLSS or and AMD FSF and AMD FSR turned on at the same time, rather than interfere with each other, they actually seem to make the game run even better. It's rumored that the next Nintendo Switch will have DLSS upscaling in order to allow it to achieve 4K when docked. And half or at least a third of the existing regular Nintendo Switch games, at least first-party ones, and some select and a few third-party titles, they already have half the equation. So therefore, yeah. As I was saying, because these two seemingly unrelated technologies from two rival companies, or seemingly rival companies, are compatible with each other rather than conflict with each other. Therefore, it stands to reason that there's no need to port the games for the current Switch to the next Switch. But what about the earlier games? The ones that don't have this technology, such as, well, this one. Of course, this isn't exactly the best example, seeing as, yeah, not using a Nintendo Switch. This is the Wii U version. But, well, it works for the example I'm trying to make, I think. Anyway, earlier games, such as Breath of the Wild, which were released before all Nintendo was adding AMD tech. Well, I mean, it should be, it's worth noting that it's clear that Nintendo had been and testing the idea of what is the next Nintendo Switch. Clear that that's been in something that's been in the works for a long time, which makes sense. Kinda needs to be if it's gonna happen. Oh, of course, with Breath of the Wild, Super Mario Odyssey, and other titles, and also from the first couple of years, Nintendo only needed to think about the current system as far as it working. However, it's clear that by the time we switched to the new decade, things changed. Nintendo was focusing on the now and the later. It's worth noting that Endless Ocean and the Thousand Year Door, data miners have found parameters that can be readjusted for things like frame rate and resolution. Of course, this was more recent, but the more significant is Switch Sports and Splatoon 3, which came out a decent few years ago. Yeah. But, again, where was I going with the whole thing about earlier titles? Well, let's see. First of all, not sure how that's gonna show up on camera. Pretty sure that is what I wrote, but close enough. Oh well. If it gets that underline off the screen, it'll do. Or close enough. Anyway, I'm not sure which spelling's right. Don't really care. One more though. It's a slang term. Get over it, you silly you. Ah. Anyway. Now, this kind of goes with something I filmed a while back but never published. I guess I just let the news article I was discussing get too old. Anyway, so kind of retrying something I said previously with this, but well, okay, so 2 details of note. The I mean, updated. I'll fix that spelling error after this. So backspace, stupid computer. No, this first part was not part of it. Or what I mentioned, but I think but this part is. What was I gonna type? Oh, right. Which key didn't register? Yeah. Yeah. Uh, there. Anyway. Yeah. So, there are updated versions. It does seem like Nintendo is working on ports of on or enhanced versions of Breath of the Wild and Super Mario Odyssey for the next system. But I suspect that well, there'll be a Nintendo Selects line for the titles that don't have the AMD function, have the AMD FSR included. I mean, it's possible that these new versions of the earlier titles that have the enhancements may be backwards compatible with the current Switch as an option for those who missed it the first time. I guess similar to how Link's Awakening DX is. I mean, you get the... if you're using it on the Game Boy Color, you get the enhancements. If you're using it on the old system, fine. You can still play the original version. Maybe with a few minor adjustments, and maybe not. I mean, in the case of Breath of the Wild, those slight adjustments would be obvious. And it's likely that the next Nintendo Switch version of Breath of the Wild will have the expansion path built in, so you don't have to pay for that separately anymore. Yeah. Of course, yeah. There is one other thing, although very difficult to see what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll keep that in the inventory. Yeah, this is taking too long. Maybe I should just... yeah, come on now. Yeah, I might be able to see where I'm going with this. Just, well, I really wish this thing would keep up. Yeah, but anyway. This outfit. And this is the only DLC item. I mean, the only DLC clothing item to, well, actually be part of the canon of the game. Unlike the others, which are just bonuses that call back to past time. Replicas of us from the legends. But this... yep, this, why again, this is the odd one out. Why was this even DLC? Why was this even paid DLC? Yeah. It should have been in the base game. But my point is, this one, it should have I mean, it's not upgradable, but it should be, because it's something that would have actually existed. That actually existed. I mean, something that actually exists in the story, unlike with the amiibo costumes and other things, which are not. So why was this not so quite odd that this was not upgradable? Something which they fixed in Tears of the Kingdom. But in Tears of the Kingdom, they also, I think, if I remember correctly, some of the yeah, I mean, all the legacy costumes not unlocked through an amiibo. Those ones are still ones that those are still ones that are unenhanceable. But this, they allowed to be enhanceable in Tears of the Kingdom. So it should be obvious where I'm going with this. I wonder if this in this next Switch version of Breath of the Wild will make this suit upgradable. Just to backport the upgrades from Tears of the Kingdom into Breath of the Wild DX, as I'll refer to it for now. Or I guess it could just be simply, no, DX is the best way to go about it. Matches the conventions best. Yeah. So, otherwise I'm not expecting anything else. Just gonna quickly switch back to what I had on before. Let's see if I can get it to actually go there without jumping past it. Anyway, otherwise I'm not expecting any deviations from how things were in how things would how things are in the original. You know, we should probably turn the text back on by it being a bit obnoxious. Yeah, anyway. So, aside from desiring that one suit be consistent with the other suits, and probably, and of course, maybe expecting some DLC to be, some of the existing DLC to be included, or it on the cart. Well, aside from that, not expecting any changes as of note to the early Switch games that get enhanced for the next Switch. Other than the inclusion of DLC and it just being fine-tuned for the next system, it'll probably be exactly the same. I mean, all of them. Of course, I pretty much guarantee it won't be limited to just Breath of the Wild and Super Mario Odyssey. There'll be others. a dozen. I'm expecting about a dozen for first and second party titles. To be released as some sort of Nintendo Selects. I mean, even some of the last ones before AMD will probably benefit from an update, such as this, such as Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. But then again, how do we know that that one doesn't already have the adjustments necessary already hidden under the hood? Yeah. Of course, it's worth knowing that not every title would need it. For example, I suspect that Game Builder Garage probably would not get an update. It might not need the update simply because of. I mean, I guess it would probably be the ones with the most advanced graphics that would get the updates. I mean, of the earlier ones. Obviously, there's not going to be a next Nintendo Switch version of Metroid Prime Remastered because it likely already has the enhancements under the hood. The work's already done for that. But also, not so sure about Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Torn of the Golden Country because well, I suspect it'll probably be one that's a bit later. Perhaps. I mean, again, all the software titles will likely be able to run normally. I mean, just without any enhancements on the Nexus. Probably. So, not everything would need these adjustments, just the ones that are more demanding. I mean, if you think about it, it'd be quite the burden for Hamster to have to enhance all those Arcade Archives releases. Just saying. Yeah. But again, what I was going to say with Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I mean, let's assume that we'll have the next Nintendo Switch by the end of 2025. I mean, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 released in 2017. And, well, that means that that would be a perfect time to, that's the 10th anniversary. It wouldn't be that far off. So, therefore, a definitive edition that contains, and possibly one that contains 2 and Torna on the same cartridge, could be something that would get released in just a couple years after, just a year or two after the next Switch launches. I mean, sure, that there would be the wait, but on the other hand, I doubt all of the Nintendo Selects titles would release all at once at the very beginning of the thing anyway. It'd probably be a few at a time for the first couple years. So, therefore, regardless of Monolith Soft's plans, yeah, I do have some thoughts on other Monolith Soft projects, but I'll get to that later. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's... yeah. I think that's about all I was gonna say. Except, yeah. No, wait, there was more to say. Now, obviously, as a, not expecting the next Nintendo Switch to be officially unveiled till, well, here's the thing. No no next Switch anything at the June Direct. And if there's nothing in June, then it's likely there won't be it. And it wouldn't make much sense to make mention of it at the Pokemon Presents in July either. Meaning, by process of elimination, is Gamescom in August? That could be when that could be about the time when the next system is revealed. August. I mean, could probably rule out... otherwise, September could be ruled out because, let's see, I think... Actually, was it August or September that, the Nintendo Live event is happening in, Sydney, Australia, I think it was. So, yeah. Another thing of note is that if the next Nintendo Switch isn't officially unveiled before the September Direct, it won't be unveiled in September. And therefore, the September Direct would be another Direct where the focus is just on the Nintendo Switch itself, rather than well, the successor. Meaning October, I guess, would be another time, but then again, if it's not releasing in the fiscal year, then I guess why would it be unveiled in October? That would hurt. That would undermine. That would risk undermining sales of. That's our fragment I just saw. Yeah, I think it was. Anyway, that would risk under. Yeah, that was one. That would indeed risk undermining sales of the of the current system. Yeah, so I'm a bit distracted. Quite a bit of lag. I'm trying to say to think of what I'm trying to say, and also is it close but not quite. Yeah, trying to grab that. Don't know if I need it for anything, but rather have it just in case I ever get another amiibo. Or maybe I just want to use, or maybe I'll use it for cooking. Anyway. Not try to do that, but I'll take it. Anyway, yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah. If the next Nintendo Switch is not releasing in in this fiscal year, then one can assume that Nintendo would not want to undermine sales of the current Switch by revealing unveiling the next system directly before, and pretty much directly before the Christmas season. Because then too many people would potentially hold off. So therefore, it's more likely that it would be something. Oh, come on. The lag and just not being able to see because of all the text on the screen. Come on, camera, obey, cooperate. I want to see if I can't get the camera to say. Oh wait, it's up there on the. there. It's up there. Anyway. No, come on, just let me get it. It's around here somewhere. I just saw it. Why? Can the thing just go a little faster? I know it's around here. I don't want to fight the Giga. Gotta get this stupid sharp screen so I can actually see. Come on, let me get my bearings. I know that star fragments around here somewhere. I can't see anything because I had to lose focus because of this stupid Yiga. Come on, it's close to the star fragment. Why can't I see where it landed? Come on, it was just up here. Where did it go? Come on, camera. Stay still. Don't tell me it's gone. All because a Giga had to shoot at me. Come on. Shouldn't have despawned. It was right here. Now, right. Wait a minute. It was no, it was yeah, past it. Like not just on. I was far enough away, you stupid. And there's no treasure here. Anyway, what was I saying? Really, either way, really needs more cooperative equipment. Or a mod for this game that would allow it to be on both screens instead of just one. Anyway, yeah, so kind of retreading what I said earlier, but let's see. Yeah, never mind. Although, I guess I should probably go on to a few other details. Not sure if this is needed for that, but anyway. Wish I could have placed a more accurate marker. Yeah, or wish I had placed one. I definitely could have. Anyway, I guess this is fine. So anyway, So, I guess the question is, what features will the next system have? I mean, we've gone over this before, but aside from the eh, oh, did I turn that back on? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, a lot to do. So aside from that, what will the yeah, not again. Um, is this even still going? Yeah. Hopefully. Anyway, aside from... Actually, simple way to fix that. Anyway, aside from that feature, I mean, we can assume that there'll be more powerful, but why did it take the R? Yeah. More powerful by an unknown percent. I mean, that's pretty much a given due to the fact that means there's been about at least half a decade or so of innovation since the Switch release, and means there's been half a decade of innovation since the Switch release. That's next Switch will likely take advantage of, could likely take advantage of. So yeah, of course. Not sure what else can be guaranteed. Oh, aside from maybe some HDR, maybe some more RAM, and of course, yeah. This part, I figured it was the most important point to bring up. I mean, let's face it. I mean, the idea of that Nintendo would release a digital-only version of the Nintendo Switch that doesn't have a cartridge slot is absurd. The only reason and that the competition is ditching physical media is because it's a Blu-ray rather than a cartridge. Blu-ray drives have a ton of gears, which would therefore make it, shall we say, significantly more expensive. Yeah, my point is, optical drives have a ton of gears and motors, which make it's more expensive to produce. Combine that with the fact that there's fewer factories making Blu-ray drives, thus driving up the cost, thus reducing the desire to make more drives because of the higher price resulting in less demand. That cycle is the reason for, or or the is the reason for the current, I mean, and system for the current competition. Sony and Microsoft trying to slowly phase out physical media. Not because they're greedy, because it's just becoming less and less economically viable to include a disk drive. Could they make it more economically viable? Yes. Could Microsoft often Sony use this new optical disc format that can hold more data? Perhaps. I mean, it's just the difficulty of sourcing suitable Blu-ray drives, or manufacturers that can make suitable Blu-ray drives, is something that Microsoft admitted. What does this have to do with the Nintendo Switch, which doesn't have a Blu-ray drive? We instead use the cartridge slots? Simple. Cartridge slots are easier to manufacture, and cheaper as well. No gears and motors needed for that. So therefore, for that reason, it's completely absurd that people would assume that the next Nintendo Switch that it wouldn't have a cartridge slot. I mean, come on. Use some logic. Just because Sony and Microsoft are doing something doesn't mean Nintendo's gonna follow suit. So therefore, anyone who says that the next Nintendo Switch will have an option that doesn't have a cartridge slot, don't believe them. Because the only way I can see Nintendo doing something like that is if the next Nintendo Switch is supposed to be waterproof. Probably should have had Link be in some water for this. Fun. Get over the river before you land. Good. Yeah. That's better. Yeah. If the next Nintendo Switch is supposed to have a waterproof option, that's the only way that I could foresee Nintendo doing a version of the next Nintendo Switch that doesn't have a cartridge slot. I mean, I could maybe see Nintendo wanting to make a waterproof model, but otherwise, no. The all models of the next Nintendo Switch will have the cartridge slot because the cost is negligible. Anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't know what they're talking about. Doesn't know what he or she is talking about. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but I'd say that's just about all. Uh, worth noting. Wait, where am I again? Hard to tell from this angle. Yeah. Might have to find a way to crop out the disconnect reconnect notification. If I known it would be happening all the thing every time and the minute hand moved, I would have found a way to paint it green so it would disappear. I didn't want to jump over that bridge just yet. Anyway, just no. Ah. Anyway, first thing, stop. Uh, yeah, this is a nice location. I think I'll have. Oh, I remember this area now. Yeah, nice location. I think I'll stay here for a while. Anyway. So, where was I? Yeah, anyway. Maybe I should add. cuts off more of the picture, but who cares? Nobody's watching this. Yeah, 0 viewers. Meaning there may have been someone watching earlier, but no one's watching now. Probably due to all those disconnects. Anyway, try to think. Was there anything else? Let's see. Definitely NCDL that's more powerful by an unknown percent. HDR, more RAM, probably. Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting that check the Steam specs for Kingdom Hearts. What would be, the second half of the story so far. I mean, and yeah, both that and 3 require are said to require a minimum of 8 GB of RAM. So I guess that's why cloud versions were gone with. That, and it's likely that Square Enix knew about the Square Enix probably knew about the next model for all this time. Probably planning on bringing over at least part 1 of the trilogy for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Anyway, I think these are the only details that are concrete. There were rumblings of magnetic Joy-Con, and there and other details like that, but those are not ones that one can that could reasonably be confirmed or denied logically. I mean, deal SS. There have been rumors and leaks about that for a long time. Plus, again, Nvidia has been pushing this stuff. Really been working to perfect it, so makes sense. More powerful. That's easily assumed due to time. HDR. There were some job listings uh, for Nintendo looking for those who are experienced in that field. More RAM. If it's going to be more powerful, it'll probably have more RAM as well. Think about it, it would probably help with if all that power staying powered. Because because if there's more stuff in RAM, then that's less stuff that the processor has to load, which is less electricity being pulled from the battery, so on and so forth. So probably more RAM to go with the the new processor, and to make it it's better reach to higher frame rates or more or stable frame rates. And of course, the whole digital, and of course, the whole thing about keeping the cartridge slot. I mean, we know, and I'm pretty sure that it was the or a statement about support for physical media was brought up in some investor detail. So that combined with the fact that that combined with that whole spiel about it not being a cost that needs to be cut. Yeah. Otherwise, there's not really much to assume. I mean, I'll put these down in question mark, but otherwise, I think I'll just remove the question mark from that. There. Again, perhaps these two things could be a feature, but those are hard to say. So why even bother? Because the only thing we're sure about is the only thing that can be said for sure is the first 5, and even then, RAM should probably be below the no digital only, unless waterproof. But yeah, already quite late, and I haven't even gotten to the bit about the I haven't even gotten to the speculation about the June Direct yet. So one moment. Was I able to fix that? Yeah. Hopefully, fixed it. Can't find the having trouble finding the mobile. Ah, there it is. Yeah, fix on the monitor. So, yeah. Of course, this is probably about where I'm going to split the tape. So, yeah. Anyway, now, hopefully before I run out of time, it's already quite late. Time for the discussion of what may or may not be at the June Direct. Yeah. A quick recap for those who are just tuning in. It's to be assumed that this year, this fiscal year, may, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we don't really have, have any reason to doubt that when the next Nintendo Switch comes out, that, yeah, what I'm saying is, support isn't going to just drop cold turkey. There will be some overlap between with releases of Switch and next Switch titles, and yeah. So for that reason, I mean, also, I mean, let's just assume that, for now, that both June and September will be ones specifically for the Nintendo Switch itself. And with 2024 being the last hurrah for just the Nintendo Switch before transition to the next Nintendo Switch, which will have overlap for a couple of years before people run out of things for the Nintendo Switch. With the exception of those who plan on just capitalizing on everything, akin to how Just Dance 2020 was on Wii and Switch and skipped the Wii U. Anyway, I already went over a few things concerning the next, concerning the future of the Switch. No need to retread that. Yeah. Hopefully that allows it to, hopefully it's the, yeah. Anyway. So. I guess the question is, for starters, when will the next, not, when will the June Direct happen? And it could happen as soon as the 11th, which probably for the best as this is being done now. But the more I think of it, it's probably more likely to be a closer to the 18th or 20th. Hard to say though. I mean, the official date has for the June Direct hasn't been announced yet. Although I really shouldn't be getting too ahead of myself, considering what happened last time. But it'll be fine. I think there's enough information now to say whether or not certain titles are confirmed or deconfirmed. So, first thing, instead of going after what I what's likely will be at the direct, why don't we first go over what won't be at the direct, shall we? First of all, yeah, that's a placement. Yeah, not again. No, 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 no. Bring up this, then that. Stop messing up. Then this again. Scroll up. There. Yeah, whatever. So, as previously established, there'll be no next Nintendo Switch anything. This is well established. No Nintendo Switch and no next Nintendo Switch anything. Burkhardt almost said so. It just ain't happening. Forget it. Don't even bother. Ain't no, ain't there'll be no cross-platform releases. In fact, I doubt it would be anyway, for the most part. I mean, sure, there could be a few releases that are like with the like with how the PlayStation 5 has a disc for PlayStation 4, or I mean, how a PlayStation 5 game will have a PlayStation 4 disc. I mean, how just look at the way forward past release. I mean, some of the limited run games releases recently, or something. You'll see what I mean. Anyway, I mean, it's already been said that there won't be a single mention, not even the slightest mention, of the next Nintendo Switch. So therefore, no announcements for something for Switch and the next Switch. not that it matters, because it's reasonable to assume that at this point all titles the for the current Switch will already feature the enhancements for the next Switch. Anyway, no Nintendo Switch, no next Nintendo Switch anything. June and possibly September as well, just current Switch. Next. No. Yeah. I suspect that there'll probably be a good chance that this won't be at the Direct, simply because there's usually a a Pokemon Presents in either late June or July. So therefore, it would probably make more sense for that to be something for that. Next on the list, no Xenoblade Chronicles X at the Direct, because despite the fact that everyone wants it to be there, I just don't see it happening. For the reason I'm about to say. Next year is the 10th anniversary of this title's release. So therefore, wouldn't it make more sense for Monolith Soft to save its return for next year? Release a definitive edition? Just like they did with Xenoblade Chronicles 1? It just seems more likely that Xenoblade Chronicles X will not be the at this direct in favor of being saved for the February direct. That way it can be closer to either the February or next June. Closer to the release date of the original. Or the anniversary thereof. Just makes more sense, if you think about it. Anyway. Next, on this note I wrote down, it's not, yeah, I did have some guidelines written down for this section. So, one thing that that is worth noting, or perhaps, I'm honestly not sure about this one. Yeah, this one I'm honestly not sure about. I'll provide a reason for why it might be in the direct later, but I'm just listing this here because more as a don't get your hopes up sort of thing, rather than a definitely forget it sort of thing. I mean, yeah, my reasoning for this, and there are two reasons for this as possibly not being at the direct. These being that it's a bit soon after the 1,000-Year Door. And so, would intelligent systems have had time to make this? And also, the 35th anniversary of the series next year. Again, there are some counter arguments to this one, but I'll get to those later. When I get to the ones I think Ink might have a chance. Or logically, or logic dictates might have a chance, I should say. Again, these are not this is not a list of desires. This is more a list of what seems logical. Next is some titles that have really been in something that to all those whiny talking all those talking heads have been whining about, railing on. Something which I'm just not convinced is going to happen. Because there's just too much edge evidence against it. Yeah. The Legend of Zelda Oracle remakes. Should be obvious why this is on here. We just got the originals on Nintendo Switch Online last year. Far too soon for a remake to happen. Forget it. Whoever came up with this stupid detail either mistook the release mistook this for the release for either something else or the release uh, of the originals on Nintendo Switch Online, or said originator of the rumor is an idiot. It ain't happening. Forget it. Next. This should be another obvious one. Again, it's been a bit longer since the original came to Nintendo Switch Online, but not long enough. For the most part, it's about a 5-year wait between in the between Virtual Console and uh, in between and in between something being sold on its own and the Virtual Console, or the other way around. I mean, online. Or, I mean, yeah, what I mean is, there needs to be at least there's usually a certain amount of time between when something is available for sale and when something that becomes available for free on Nintendo Switch Online, or free with subscription. As was the case in, for example, Earthbound Beginnings, released in 2000. For example, the gap between, for example, Earthbound Beginnings had to be sold on the eShop before coming to Nintendo Switch Online. There'll probably be, and again, there, and I mean, yeah, my point is, about 5 years uh, between Link's Awakening Remake and Link's Awakening DX on Nintendo Switch Online. Yeah, either way, first of all, either way, if we see anything in for Ocarina of Time on the eShop, it'll probably be a little closer to either the either the 40th anniversary or the release of the movie. Even then, it won't be a remake. It would be more likely to be a remaster of the existing 3DS version. Even then, doubtful it would be at this direct. Now this one, that's just absurd. I mean, come on. I mean, the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, the only thing they have in common, aside from the fact that they're both Legend of Zelda games, is the fact they were released on the GameCube. The graphics are different, the stories are different, the continuity is different, the ratings are different. These won't be sold in a double pack. I guarantee that. There's no reason to. I mean, if we get an HD port of Ocarina of Time 3D, I mean, I could see Majora's Mask 3D being included as well. But that's only because they're directly connected. Whereas, as Wind Waker and Twilight Princess are not. I could see a double pack of the Wind Waker and Phantom Hourglass. A double pack, or maybe a double pack of Twilight Princess and Link's crossbow training. But otherwise, forget it. And as for the Wind Waker HD, I mean, I guess it's been about 10 years since it released on Wii U. However, if GameCube Online is going to be a thing, Nintendo would probably save the Wind Waker for that. Because it was of the two, Legend of Zelda. Well, technically there's three, but only two of them got the HD treatment. Of the two that got the HD treatments, that one in the Wind Waker is the one that needed it the least. Twilight Princess, on the other hand, and it's unlikely that it's going to happen. Uh, one moment. Cut, 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 cut. Where's the? Where's the switch for the microphone? Yeah. apologize for that delay. Or that I had some technical difficulties. Um, the system got unplugged. Had to, hence why Link jumped to wherever I am now. Anyway, where was I? Let's see. I already said something about why I doubted the Wind Waker was coming, but yeah, I think I was gonna say something concerning Twilight Princess after. Yeah, I think I was going to say that this one, assuming it had with Twilight Princess HD coming to Switch, assuming it has the motion controls carryover as an option, then that would be more likely to show up. But even then, chances are slim. I think because I think I know of something else that that is planned for The Legend of Zelda this year. Yeah. Anyway, but of course, concerning GameCube Online, uh, oh, oops, I forgot to actually type that in. Yeah, that's what happens when you get a telephone call and the system unplugs. That's when you try to plug the telephone in afterwards. Anyway, there. Uh, actually, yeah. Well, never mind. Anyway, so I highly doubt that GameCube Online will be at this direct. Simply because it still might be a little too soon after receiving in Game Boy and Game Boy Advance. Also, I suspect that if we get an update for Nintendo Switch Online, it'll be something else. Probably a roadmap for Game Boy Advance, or maybe a larger release or two, such as, I mean, Perfect Dark was at today's Xbox showcase. Maybe the N64 original. Then again, it might be a little too soon for that one. But my point is, uh, no GameCube Online at this direct, but can't entirely rule out September. that might be enough time. Of course, then again, I could be wrong about new systems. Could get, and we could get TurboGrafx 16 or the Sega Game Gear. Though if I had to guess, we'd probably get one of those alongside GameCube Online. I mean, unless it's possible to bring over DS, which I doubt it. So, GameCube Online may be at the September Direct, but not this one. I really have to do a lot of editing with this one. Anyway. Actually. Yeah. Next, this one might be a bit of a disappointing one. I mean, if it's an upsetting one. I mean, considering how... I'm just saying, there are a few reasons for why I doubt that this would be at the Direct. First of all, there is a rumor that there's going to be a GameCube remaster and a 3DS remaster at the released in March of so it's possible that this Kid Icarus Uprising could be could be the 3DS game. So therefore, if it's going to be releasing in March, it might be a little too soon for it to be announced. But the greater evidence or and comes from the fact that what Sakurai said, questioning if it would ever get a port. That sounded more like wondering if it could ever happen rather than implying it will. So for that reason, I'm going to just and the fact that to all those rumors that say I wish it would happen, as if it is happening, thus making everyone think it has to happen. And I'm just gonna and it's just more it's not something I think that seems logical. Next on the and now next on the list, Yeah. This one, yeah, there should be there should be two big reasons why this isn't happening, which should be known quite well. The first reason is if it's something at that caliber, at that high caliber, it would be more likely to be you think it would be more likely to be saved for the next system at this point. The other reason is the fact that, well, there was a plan in the works over at Vicarious Visions. I think that's the name of the Activision Blizzard studio that closed down. Yeah. Vicarious Visions, I think it was, that I was working on a game such as this. And of course the project got shut down a while back as a result of the studio being shut down, in part. So, for that reason, we can't truly trust that the rumor is true. Not anymore, anyway. Because with the evidence of a cancelled project, it's reasonable to assume that the leak or rumor was referring to the cancelled project. So therefore, if the project's cancelled, it's not coming. But on the other hand, it's possible that Nintendo themselves could have taken the reins, in which case, still could happen, but more likely to happen on the next system at this point. But that doesn't rule out a Donkey Kong game being at the Direct. Could be just a simple Nintendo Switch Online update. I mean, as there are plenty of Donkey Kong games that could come to Nintendo Switch Online. Or we could just get a remaster, or an HD port, I should say, of Jungle Beat or Donkey Kong Country Returns. Both of those had 3 or more releases in a row in the past, so therefore have a higher likelihood of ever coming back. Plus, Returns that was released was released in HD once before on the Nvidia Shield TV, so yeah. Just saying. Just not. It's just a rumor that just seems like it has to be chopped down. Because this can't happen, or just doesn't seem like it's something that's gonna happen. I mean, a port of a past title, yes. Perhaps a small original title. I could even see a new game of the Donkey Kong Country. I could even see a 6th Donkey Kong Country title. But not a 3D open world Donkey Kong title. another one that people have been railing on. This one should be obvious. Yeah. I mean, come on. It just ain't gonna happen. First of all, oh, the original was just added to Nintendo Switch Online in Japan only a few months ago. That alone makes it unlikely. Because if they're going to go through all that effort of, because let's face it, they're not just going to, just localize it and call it a day. It's gonna have to be sold on the eShop if it's going to release. I guess perhaps although I guess perhaps it could be something like with Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon the Blade of Light, where after Japan gets it, America gets it, but it has to pay for it, and have it be a limited time item. Except there's a slight issue with the game that prevents it from ever being released in its original form. The music. Unfortunately, the music in the game is too similar to famous as uh, as copyrighted works. So therefore, it cannot be so. So therefore, unfortunately, because it's so similar, a license would have to be purchased for the original, and in doing so, there'd be an infringement case. That's not something that Nintendo would want to bother with. I mean, if not for that stupid, oh, it's the same style as my composition. So, despite the fact that the melody and that the melody is completely different, I'm going and it's infringement and kangaroo lawsuit. Not for that, then yeah, I'd say it could happen. But no, the reality is it can't happen because copyright law is broken and only favors big corporations. So until copyright law is completely rewritten so that sleazy, no good tycoons don't don't abuse copyright to bully those who have nothing and just want to create something and inspired by something else. It just ain't happening. But of course, the question is, why not just remake the game with new music? Well, again, if they're going to go through all that effort, then there'd be no point in releasing the original on Nintendo Switch Online. At least not so close to release. I mean, is it possible that Nintendo could be working on something on a remake either in a similar style to Link's Awakening, or just straight up rebuilding Earthbound 64? Perhaps. But if they're going to go through all that effort, the Japanese audience would want it too. So it wouldn't make sense to have the original on Nintendo Switch Online the if a remake were on the way. I mean, there's a reason why we don't have Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars on Nintendo Switch Online. Why we never got it. It just ain't gonna happen. I just didn't. I mean, they just chose not to release the Super Mario RPG in favor of making a new version, something which has received critical acclaim and a ton of quality of life improvements. So, and again, it's reasonable to assume that there would have to be about 3 to 7 years, about 3 to 7 years minimum time gap. I mean, the shortest turnaround between sale and online was was uh, Star Fox 2. But even then, that was just a special edition novelty item. Oh, and yeah, I mentioned and Chao Dragon the Blade of Light. Bit off topic, but that's probably coming to Nintendo Switch Online next year in the United States. But yeah, why would there be an English sub release of... Wait, did I say dub instead of sub? Hmm. Oh. Eh, whatever. I'll fix it in a moment. Or just leave it, it's close enough. And the keys were right next to each other, so... yeah. Anyway. The third Earthbound game just can't happen. Not this year, anyway. It's highly unlikely that'll ever happen. So, again, there is still hope that we could get either a Link's Awakening-ified version of Earthbound 3, or just Earthbound 64. Anyway, what was next? Yeah. This one, there have been rumors. There were rumors of. Oh, let's see if I can be a little more accurate this time. Anyway, with Sonic Heroes Ultimate, that was rumored to be happening at the I mean, there's a rumor that it's going to happen, but it's just not something that's going to happen this year. Otherwise, at least not. I mean, it's clearly something that if it's going to happen, it's something that's going to happen next year. And even then, how do we know that the leak wasn't referring to something for the Shadow portion of Sonic X Shadow? Again, there is a chance it could happen, but again, I just don't foresee it happening at this direct, simply because something like that, you think they would have mentioned it at the Game Award, not at the Summer Games Fest? But there was no mention of it at that event. Just the one we already know about. I mean, Generations remake. Or remaster, I should say. And yeah. So, could it happen? Yes, but not this year. That's more of a next year sort of thing. Yeah. So, like, yeah. Sonic, so Sonic Heroes Ultimate. Oh, come on. Come on, you can't. Ah. Where did that thing land? Is it up there? Yeah, why'd the camera have to malfunction? Hope I can get that star fragment. Come on. Right after the camera has to. Oh, never mind. There you have it. Yeah.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
All that adds to shenanigans. Oh, the time it took for all those shenanigans was all that was needed for it to fall and for it to recharge. Anyway, enough of that. Yeah. Anyway, Sonic Heroes Ultimate next year, but not this year. Otherwise, we would have heard about it by now. Anyway, I guess. There's only. I guess there's only one left, which shouldn't take long. Even then, this is kind of cheating. But, Quake 3. The first two Quakes I don't recall being at any previous directs, so unlikely to happen at this one. Simply because it hasn't happened before, plus, Night Dive does seem a bit busy at the moment. So, if even if it were to happen this year, which I think it's more likely to happen next year, it's not going to be at the direct because that's not something that's usually at the direct. So, no further reason to mention that. And now, okay, so I guess the question is, could I have made all of these fit on one panel? Nope. Better set that back. Anyway, so yeah, no next Nintendo Switch anything, no Pokemon Legends CDA, no Xenoblade Chronicles X, no Fire Emblem Echoes X, no Fire Emblem genealogy of the Holy War remake, probably, but could be wrong, and I'll list some counter arguments for that later. No Oracle remakes, no Ocarina of Time remake, no Wind Waker HD, no Double Pack, and hard to say with Twilight Princess. No GameCube Online, no Kid Icarus Uprising HD, no 3D Open World Donkey Kong because that game's cancelled, old by a studio, by a shutdown, by a defunct studio. No Mother 3 English sub or dub. No Sonic Heroes Ultimate, and no Quake 3. but perhaps these titles could happen. As these do seem to have a greater chance. I'll start with the easy ones. Obviously, for what could happen, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, that's coming out quite soon, only a couple weeks, I think, if I remember correctly. So, of course, there'd probably be a short promotion for that. How long has that been off? Anyway. So, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, that is going to happen quite soon, so therefore, or a few final promotions would probably, for one more promotion at the Direct would probably be quite likely. This one releases in Nintendo World Championships NES Edition releases is next month, so I don't see why Nintendo wouldn't have a trailer for it at the Direct. In fact, probably only. In fact, aside from maybe some timing, or maybe it was meant to be or maybe it's meant to be a mention at the February Direct, or could just be. Well, either way, it's coming out soon, so there's a good chance it will probably be there. Yeah. Now, as for a Nintendo Switch Online update, I mentioned this earlier, but not expecting anything too big. No GameCube, but I could see either a release or two being at either just the release of a small of a title or two, such as maybe and maybe maybe an N64 title or two, or maybe a few particularly special Game Boy Advance titles, or just a roadmap for Nintendo Switch Online. For Game Boy Advance Online in the first place. I mean, you can't entirely rule out a small third-party system such as the Game Gear or Sega CD wouldn't be there, but better to keep expectations low. Now, this is one that is one that people all haven't really been talking about. Yeah. I mean, people all have been saying that it's about time for another Mario sports game. Though people have been although those same people have been saying it's baseball that they think is going to happen. I doubt it. Especially because, and mostly because, specifically because next month, last I checked, is the start of the Olympics in Paris. So therefore, if the so therefore if there's going to be a Mario and Sonic title for the Paris Olympics, it's now or never. Time's almost up. I mean, we didn't get we didn't get anything for the Winter Olympics, but then again, that could have just been due to circumstances beyond most people's control. Or maybe Sega just couldn't get the rights to that particular Olympic Games. So I'd say that if there's going to be a Mario sports game, it's going to be this one, Mario and Sonic. Hopefully, or again, it's also possible that the series could have been retired. I think that Tokyo 2020 sold well enough. Yeah. Of course, next is another one that, well, not too many people are talking about, but seems likely to happen. Not again. I need to get this keyboard fixed. Maybe hose it down with some of that contact cleaner I got. Yeah. The reason I bring this one up, Hyrule Warriors: The Imprisoning War, is twofold. Well, three, technically. But, first of all, I mean, if you look at Koei Tecmo's track record, there's been a Warriors game, either Hyrule Warriors or Fire Emblem Warriors, in roughly every other year, for the most part. So that alone implies that, well, because Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes released 2 years ago, with time, and, well, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, I think 2 years before that. Well, enough time. Well, my point is, according to according to what according to the list to the past track record, oh, another one. Yeah. Wonder how much of this tomfoolery is messing up the experience, if you can even call it that. I know I saw a beacon just over here. Anyway. Should have marked it. Wait, I think I see it again. Yeah, anyway. So, with the Imprisoning War, again, not only does it make sense timeline-wise, but, well, there has been a rumor of a Zelda-focused title being on the way. And, well, I mean, in the imprisoning war would definitely fit the bill. I mean, is it possible there could be something else in the works as well? Yes, in fact, I'm sure many people hope we get more than one. With at least part of that premise. Enough of the Eager clan. I need to get that fragment anyway. Now, what was I saying? Of course, a third point is that with the next system on the way, well, I mean, there's only ever been one time in which one Link can continue his adventure and picked up exactly where he left off. Only ever been where did that thing roll? Just saw it. Alright. Stop it. Lag. Alright, no more Mr. Nice Link. Wrong one. I think that's... Oh, got it. It was theme. Anyway. Yeah. So. Only one time has a Link ever outright continued his adventures on the next console. That being with the Hero of Wind in Phantom Hourglass. All other times, well, I mean, I guess there was also perhaps Four Swords Adventures after Four Swords, but I think that was a slightly different Link. Also, same generation, so it didn't really count. Whereas the DS was a different generation than the GameCube, unlike with the Game Boy Advance, which is the same generation. So either way, so therefore it makes more sense that the next title would not be would at the next major Legend of Zelda title would not focus on the hero of the wild, but rather his successor. And I don't think it would be a Phantom Hourglass that we get next, but more like a Spirit Tracks, or to or if we think of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, then the next one would be the Twilight Princess of the line. I mean, the next system probably would have enough horsepower enough processing power to handle a little extra detail. But if I had to guess, it would probably remain stylized. So yeah, Hyrule Warriors: The Imprisoning War seems like it would make for the perfect last hurrah for this continuity, or for this era, because Spirit Tracks is the same continuity, but just years later. Only with only the only returning character, the only true returning character that is being an old man who was a child in the in in the previous era, or so I'm told. I have Spirit Tracks on here. Never played it though. I'll get to it soon enough. After I, well, after I finish, uh, the after I finish Ocarina of Time and then go all the way through Majora's Mask. Yeah, probably quite rusty at. I'd probably be quite rusty at Ocarina of Time. So I bet although because I didn't have the Pro controller or as an option and before, then again, maybe not. So anyway, enough enough tomfoolery. What's next? What happened? Anyway, hopefully that didn't affect the broadcast. Better check. Well, still recording at least. Anyway, what did I have next in my notes? Oh, the big one. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes Remastered, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption Remastered, and watch that one. Now, it's time to now. Here's the big one. Of course, you probably saw this coming if you've been watching this long, because one of the big titles that people have been talking about is Metroid Prime 4. And most of the titles that have been rumored, I put on the list of things I said was not. I think are the list of titles I'm saying are most likely not happening. But not this. Not Metroid Prime 4. Or the other two. No. 4 in 24. That's what I said before. That's what I had been saying when back in saying last year when everyone was saying it was going to happen, and I said it wasn't going to happen then because I was saying it was going to happen now. Now has come. 4 in 24. It's time. If this if this particular year is to be the last hurrah for the Nintendo Switch as we know it, then what better title to have for sale towards the end, at the very end, before the overlap period, than Metroid Prime 4. Sure, it's possible that when the Pokemon Presents happens in July, that we might see a ports of X and Y alongside more information of Legend CJ, but with Metroid Prime 4, yeah, it's most certainly happening. Most certainly happening this year. Metroid Prime 4 is like Bayonetta 3. It was announced, it was radio silent for a few years, and then in a direct in the middle of the year, it was announced, finally. And then, as time went on, we would slowly get more information until the time came for it to release in the fall. Yeah. Metroid Prime 4 is the release for either the fall or early winter. Calling it now. And, of course, that means yeah. Yeah, sorry, I got a little distracted with those bokoblins. But, yeah. Anyway, what about 2 and 3? Could we really see both of them at Direct? Hard to say. But here's the thing. If they announce if they announce both 2 and showcase something of 4, then well, it would be, let's just say if 2 isn't at this point, I find it hard to see that anyone be able to keep quiet about the possibility of 3 if we get just 2. And aside from just and I'm not just bringing up the possibility of 2 and 3. Simply because of the fact that everyone's saying it's going to happen. No. But rather because it makes sense. I mean, if it's taking a while, better to spread out the releases for a greater promotion. I mean, we got we got the original a year or 2 ago, and now likely that it's likely that this direct will be a Metroid Prime 2's turn, possibly 3 as well. Of course, people have been saying that it would probably not be at the same caliber as Metroid Prime 1, but I'm not so sure about that. Simply on account of the fact that it's likely that Metroid Prime 1 Remastered made use of assets that were needed for Metroid Prime 4. So, therefore, we can't rule out that Metroid Prime 4 won't also require recur elements that were in 2 and 3. So, therefore, would it not make sense to just reuse the asset and to make all the assets needed for if shared assets if assets that would be shared with another game have to be made, then why not then would it really be that much effort to make the rest? Just seems logical. That's also, on top of that, what else would have taken up so much of Retro's time in between the release of Tropical Freeze and the scrapping of the first of Bandai Namco's iteration of 4. They had to be working on something, so it's reasonable to assume that that something was remastering the original trilogy. So, yeah, I think that's all there is to say about Metroid Prime 4. Or just Metroid Prime 2, 3, and... Or should I say Metroid Prime 2, 3, and 4. Don't remember this NPC. Well, may as well. Don't think I need any of those yet, at least at this time.
Oh.
But, well, yeah, I think I remember you now. I mean, admittedly, that NPC is a bit of a necessity because, oh, never mind it. I mean, forgot that Guardian Stalkers can respawn from there. Anyway. Uh, yeah. Anyway, wasting time. It's all. I mean, let's see. This recording has gone on for. I mean, well, not as long, not that long, only 4 hours. But anyway, should probably move on. Yeah. Let's see. Ah. So, with this one, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, admittedly doesn't have as much of a leg to stand on. It's just a simple trademark renewal. But then again, I mean, it is a game that would need a control rework. Ah, that's another thing I should have said about Metroid Prime 3. It needs a control rework to bring it more in line with the first two. Anyway, it will need a control rework. And Kirby and the Rainbow Curse it would need a control rework in order to continue on modern systems. Because I'm not sure, because I highly doubt that anyone's gonna go back to dual screen games anytime soon, sadly. So, due to the fact that it could use a control rework, it's already in high definition, and, well, I mean, HAL Laboratory, actually, was it HAL Laboratory or HAL Laboratories? Kirby, what was the answer again? Just HAL Laboratory Inc. Yeah. This Kirby amiibo is quite dusty. Probably do something about that later. Yeah. Anyway, HAL Laboratory. And that studio has really been on fire with Kirby releases lately. I mean, can you blame them? I mean, what's not to love about Kirby? Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, the more the merrier when it comes to, and again, the more, and so, yeah, the more the merrier when it comes to Kirby. So, yeah. There is a likelihood that it could happen. Or this could be the years that trips everyone up by how the laboratory either are releasing nothing or releasing something else entirely. I mean, I mean, I doubt anyone would complain about a new box boy entry or a return of an old one if there's one not if, well, not all of them are there. So yeah, just on account of the fact that there's been quite a few you know, uh, just on account of how Laboratory being on a roll with Kirby releases lately, and the fact that this particular one doesn't seem to be all that difficult to port. Or I mean, it doesn't need remastering. It would just need new control, and it would and aside from the controls, it's easy enough to port. In fact, in fact, how much of it would really need to be changed? They could keep the touchscreen functionality for handheld mode and offer the option to use a Joy-Con in Wii Remote mode. Otherwise, just simply use the right analog stick, I think. Perhaps. I'm not sure. Uh, might need to bring that fan a little closer. Uh, anyway, so at this point have gone to the section that have gone past the extremely likely section and am now in the only sort of likely section. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I can make no guarantees with most of what's with the majority of the stuff of the stuff up here, and it's easy enough to guarantee. But down here and beyond, yeah, it's gonna be a bit harder to say for sure. Anyway, what's next? Oh, if I remember correctly, there was another title that got his trademark renewed recently. How was how was it spelled again? Remember, I remember. Yeah, I think that's right. Stretch Mo, and for the sake of it, I'll just tack on HD at the end. So, with this one, again, just another wrong one. Just another trademark renewal. So, yeah, just another trademark renewal. Seems like a simple enough title. In fact, people act it's been long enough, and again, smaller titles are the sort of thing that, smaller titles that are still highly desired are the sort of thing that you would see towards the end of the lifespan of a system. In fact, people still question why we don't already have one. So, could be a remaster, or it could be a or it could be a new game. Hard to say. Although, I guess it's worth noting that I mean, well, being as Stretch Mode was the name of 3DS games in the series rather than and and other title owns in the series, such as Pushmo on the Wii U, which either way we could get. Either way, is it a either way it oh anyway, we could get it a port or a new title well, this year, or alternatively, Stretch Mode could be the title that that is getting a or it could be the title that's getting a a master or getting a port next year in March. So could go either way. Yeah, stop moving so fast. Just want to pick up these supplies. But got the sapphire. That's what I wanted. Why waste all these monster parts? Yeah. Hmm. Not for the fact that keep shooting it. That would be a nice pose. Almost. Yeah. Anyway. Ah, drat. Down and trigger mess it up. Oh well. Anyway, next. Let's see. That wrong key. How's that? Yeah. Oh, shot it. There. How's that? Oh, yeah, that's good. Enough. Not perfect. It'll have to do. Yeah. Anyway, next on the list was ah Legend of Zelda. Yeah. I mean, I mentioned previously that the idea of a remake of the Oracle games being utterly absurd. But then again, Grezzo has been awfully quiet, so perhaps we can't rule out there being something for from The Legend of Zelda being made by Grezzo. I mean, it's possible that, because it is possible that whoever came up with the idea that uh, it was the Oracle games game remaster could have been mistaken and accidentally referring to a different game. Hmm. So, might have to be careful to stay out of trouble for a bit. Anyway, so, yeah. Anyway, I mean, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks is actually it was getting remastered. However, others are saying it's actually a Link Between Worlds, which makes more sense on multiple fronts. First of all, A Link Between Worlds is something that would probably be easier to translate to traditional to it was more traditional single screen um, systems. Actually, what have I got for bad quality weapons? Nothing much. Let's go with this one. Yeah. Anyway, so for the sake of the fact it's probably simpler to only way more likely that the link between worlds will be what's brought over, and the fact that it's easier to mistake um, the link between worlds for the Oracle games than it would be to mistake Wind Waker Spirit Tracks for the the Oracle games. And well, possible that that could be what the leak was referring to, or rumors referring, or so-called leak. Of course, it's also worth noting that with this being a 3DS game, it's possible that it could be the March release. And on top of that, would Nintendo do two Legend of Zelda games in the same year? Hard to say. Of course, then again, I did bring up the possibility that Twilight Princess could, its HD could resurface this year, perhaps, but well, I guess that falls in the same boat. Would it happen? In the same year as another game in the Legend of Zelda series? I mean, I guess it could happen, but I'm not gonna go through the trouble of typing it out. Again, I'm just gonna call it now. The um, that it's actually uh, I'm just gonna call it now. That's actually the imprisoning war that's going to be the Legend of Zelda game for this year. As a final chapter. I mean, a final epilogue the for the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom continuity. Now, what did I put down next in on the list of candidates? But, oh, that one. Well, I had to get this one eventually. mean, I know what some of you might be thinking. Like, I mean, didn't you put that on the list of things that weren't coming? And so I say, yes, I did. But I mentioned that I had a counter argument. Sure, one could argue that, well, what was it? Yeah, that is that might be too soon after the 1,000-year door, and that would be better to save it this, for theory's 35th anniversary. However, I have a counter argument to that. First of all, I mean, Fire Emblem games releasing in twice releasing 2 years in a row is not unprecedented, especially in the year before the anniversary. I'd like to remind you that Fire Emblem Three Houses released a year before the 30th anniversary. That didn't stop us from getting the from getting Shadow Dragon: The Blade of Light. So why shouldn't it be the other way around? Or why can't it be the other way around? I mean, and as far as the workload at Intelligent Systems, again, could have been outsourced. I mean, again, there's a chance that the work could have been outsourced. And why I say again, I don't remember seeing it the first time. In fact, here's a thought. Maybe it's Grezzo that's been working on it. I mean, that would be an interesting possibility. Uh, yeah, wrong one. Almost time. Anyway. So, yeah. Hmm. There we go. Anyway. So, yeah. It could easily it happen. I mean, it's rumored that genealogy of the Holy War has been in the works for quite some time now. I mean, the rumor's been around for a while. So, therefore, there is a chance that it could happen a year before something bigger. And I guess it's been long enough since Genealogy of the Holy War was added to Nintendo Switch Online in Japan. Although it is worth noting one other thing, seeing as I mentioned it. Yeah. I mean, another thing of note is that Thracia 776, well, this year is the 25th anniversary of it. And it's not on Switch Online yet. So, and on top of that, I think Serratia 776 is a prequel genealogy of the Holy War. So, don't know for sure. So, what if it's actually Fire Emblem Echoes Serratia 776, or whatever they decide to give it other than that name, which might not be as marketable, but it is fun, but despite how fun it is to say. Yeah. So yeah, that's a possibility that can't be ruled out. But what about next year? Um, Seeing as I mentioned it, well, again, they have a couple other ideas as for what could be in the plans for the Fire Emblem series. I mean, besides besides Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light coming to Nintendo Switch Online in the United States and Europe. Assuming it's possible to even do that, seeing as it's, well, seeing as, well, I haven't seen any ROMs of it floating around, so I'm questioning if they actually did make a ROM, or if it's just an overlay. But let's assume that it actually is something that can be done on Nintendo Switch Online. What else? Well, there are two other Fire Emblem titles that will be celebrating an anniversary next year. These being Path of Radiance, which, um, though could be saved for GameCube Online, would probably be better to port just and alongside Radiant Dawn, simply because, well, I don't know if Nintendo has any plans to do Wii Online, and better to just have both games available with modern controls if any modernization is needed, and, well, also have, and also maybe, I mean, the games don't really, Aspirations and Radiant Dawn don't really need anything other than and maybe some control standardization. So could happen. Hard to say though. And but it would definitely be, if fits the category of a GameCube port, going off of that rumor or leak. However, it is worth knowing that there's also another title that that needs to be brought up, and on top of that, well, there's well, it not only does this title, it also could be one of the ones in the leak because it's on the 3DS. Fire Emblem Fates. I mean, this one has some justification. This one does have some justification for it needing to be for potentially needing a port on a more standard system. I mean, and on top of that, there's more reason than just making it making it mono screen compatible. I mean, with Fire Emblem Fates, there were 3 versions of it on top of the DLC. I mean, the first 2 paths, these got cartridges and could therefore be purchased as second hand, but not the third one. I don't recall the names of the first 2, but the third one is called Revelation. This one was digital only, and is therefore lost to time. Well, at least in an official standpoint. I don't have it. I don't have the equipment for it, but there are those that can gain access to it through. I need not mention in this further. The point is, it's a game divided into. The game's in 4, and the game is in pieces. There's 2 There's 2 paths on cartridge, 1 not, and DLC on top of that. So therefore, just the fact that it needs a definitive edition to glue to bind all the pages together. So therefore, there is a chance that Fire Emblem Fates in its definitive edition could happen next year. But neither of these would be at the direct. Not the Radiant End duology, not the Fates trilogy. It would be means that so just so yeah. If we get a Fire Emblem title at the direct, it'll be either or genealogy. It'll most likely be either Genealogy of the Holy War or Thracia 776. Maybe the announcement of a brand new title. Otherwise, I mean, even then, it's probably a bit too early for a brand new title. I'd probably hold off till September for expectations about that. Of course, it's also worth saying that if we get a Game Boy Advance roadmap, then the Sacred Stones would probably be on there. But that doesn't count. Yeah, and that's all the first party titles in the perhaps category. Now for the third party titles. Starting with the one that's the most guaranteed. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. That part. Yeah, this one is obviously one that's the most likely to happen. The third party title that's the most likely to happen. And I mean, first of all, there were all those leaks. There were those leaks that said it would happen at the direct. That it was time to. Plus, there was also that teaser released recently. So there is a very high probability that uh, Dragon Quest III HD2B, or whatever the real name is ready, is now ready. Now, of course, there are rumors that it's going to include the first two as well. So, yeah. Yeah, there is a very high chance of happening. Yeah. So, I mean, in fact, I'll even go as far as to say it might just be the opening act of the direct. I mean, it's that high profile of a game. And the chances are that high. Now, of course, nothing can top the chances of Dragon Quest 3. I don't think. However, there is a title that seems to have a good chance of appearing. That being this one. Yeah. I bring this one up next because, well, there was recently found a listing for some kind of beta or playtest for a Steam version. So, if it's being ported, so that means that, I mean, if it's true, then the exclusivity contract with Apple is over, and Fantasia can perhaps come to um something more what's the term I'm looking for? Well, either way, you know what I mean. I mean, it's a title that has been in. I mean, it is a title that has been in. Well, let's just say there is popular demand for this particular title. A swan song for. Is one that is actually a swan song for some rather or or are important and for some, yeah, a couple of esteemed veterans. Well, at least one esteemed veteran, and that is and of which is said to that this is the final title, which I guess that's what Swan Song is, but there's another that worked along. There's another esteemed veteran that worked alongside him that might not be done yet. Either way, Fantasia definitely has a decent chance. But then again, it might be a bit too soon. And it might be something we have to wait till September for. I mean, it's worth noting that Chrono Trigger got controller support on the Steam version, yet no sign of Chrono Trigger showing up. In fact, I've pretty much just given up even saying it has saying it's a possibility on these either way. And well, let's just say there might be some difficulties of bringing it back in any capacity bigger than just a port of the PC version. given, well, if you're hearing this, you probably already know. Yeah. He will be missed. Anyway. Of course, what's next on the list? Well, this one, yeah. Well, yeah. Which one's correct? Yeah, probably had it right the first time, didn't I? Yeah. So, this title. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a strong chance of this one being here. I mean, the I mean, the big Sonic titles do tend to have a high chance of showing up in directs, given the track record. I mean, yeah, it recently got some. It got a whole bunch of exposition at Summer Games Fest, but why should that stop a direct from also joining in on the fun? I mean, not expecting anything too major being revealed there, but yeah, I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't see a Sonic, see the new version of Sonic Generations at the direct. Again, it's something that's fairly common at directs. Mean, I mean, think about it. Name one major Sonic game that came to the Nintendo Switch that wasn't at a major direct. Anyway, and now we get into a few um, other titles. Let's knock these out quickly. Sonic Rumble. That one was announced not too long ago, but only for telephones. So, I mean, despite not being confirmed for anything other than that, I don't see why it couldn't perhaps be announced for consoles at this direct. But on the other hand, might be such a low priority that it would only show up at the September direct or not appear at a direct at all. So, significantly lower chance of happening. But may as well, I thought it was worth mentioning anyway. Then, let's see. Middle. Why do I keep pressing? Let's see. Metal Slug Tactics, and, so, months. Stories and the Plucky Squire. And what are the ones that I have written down? And yeah. So yeah. So as for these titles, Metal Slug Tactics, Monster Hunter Stories, The Plucky Squire, Anton Blast, Yards Rising, they all are ones that have been and showcased before, and ones that are getting close to release time. So, if nothing else, I could see these getting a spot on a sizzle reel. Though, the two most likely to get more time in the spotlight would probably be Monster Hunter Stories, which would probably get a little more to it due to it being a Capcom title, and Yara's Rising because that's a Way Forward title, and Way Forward seems to be one that would have a higher percentage of appearing in a direct, as seen with Shantae Risky Revolution recently, or at the last at the previous direct. That one, I assume that one's already out. I think. Yeah, it's probably already out. Otherwise, that one would also probably have a chance at being in this tutorial. But because it's already out, it won't be in. It probably won't be there. So yeah, just figured I'd run through these ones quite quickly because no need to say too much about them. They're just titles that just stand a good chance of happening. Yeah, just gonna see how these line up. If I remove some of these unnecessary spaces. Yeah, not well. Need to save that for now. Well, not that. I don't have to go that far. There. How's that? No, need to pan it up a little more. Yeah, it'll do. Now, what was next on the list? I mean, could mention that one, but nah, don't think so. Well, I'll just skip to this one. Now, this one's an interesting case. It is one of those more demanding titles, and and one that hasn't been on a Nintendo system in a decade. So why am I saying it has a chance of being at the Direct? Simple. Microsoft signed an agreement that said that Call of Duty would be on Nintendo systems for the next 10 years. So, therefore, they said it has to be done. Therefore, because Microsoft said that they could do it, signed an agreement saying that they would do it. Therefore, they have to keep their promise. So, what better place to start than with this one? I mean, it's been enough time since enough time has passed since the ink has dried. I mean, Modern Warfare 3 may not have been, and may have not had enough time, may have been too late. It may have been made too late for the Nintendo Switch, but Black Ops 6, that one can still happen. That one and has had enough time that a port could have been made for Nintendo Switch. And yeah, an argument could be made that it was referring to the next system, but nope. Microsoft told the judge it could be done on the current Switch, so therefore they have to follow through. They are legally required to follow through. But if for some reason there's some loophole in the agreement that and and that means that it doesn't actually have to be on the current Nintendo Switch, but instead can happen on the next Nintendo Switch instead, then here's a backup solution. That way I can still call it and be right regardless of the plans. I mean, I don't see why that couldn't happen. A way to bring back some earlier titles in order to give in order to buy Microsoft more time until the next system comes out, until the next Nintendo Switch comes out. And that would mean that wouldn't exactly be that would be a proper Call of Duty experience on Switch. And would, but in fact, maybe it's both a Legacy Collection and a dreaded cloud version.
The blood moon rises once again. Please be careful now.
Of course, collection might be a bit much. It's possible that they could just pick. It could just be called. It could just be Black Ops 5. In order to serve as a refresher course on 6. And who knows, maybe it could be a combination of both. Maybe 6 is released as a cloud version. And some past titles are released as proper ports. I mean, any title released for the 360 is easily able to be brought over, of course. Then again, I don't recall exactly what games are made when. Although I do have to wonder, could we ever see a Call of Duty World War One? Got a few World War II titles in the past. I think I think the Korean War and Vietnam may have been done at one point or another. But did they ever do World War One? Maybe one of the earlier ones, but honestly not sure. Yeah. But honestly, not sure if I would. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, once they get to higher ground, I'll. Yeah. I assume that I've already done this one. Nope. That's surprising. Stumbled upon a Korok puzzle that I never completed. Yeah, maybe after I defeat this relentless. Uh, that should do it. Yeah. I mean, how shocking that's. Oh. Anyway, how was this? I just probably just save this for after I get something on screen. Something more on screen. Anyway, this broadcast has gone on quite long enough. We should. Oh. Let's see. Now, let's see. conduit. Yeah, maybe scroll up a little. Yeah. Anyway. Now, with these, now, of course, there were rumors that that a new Mega Man title was going to be announced at Summer Games Fest. However, no such announcement came, so therefore, it's hard to say if there is actually anything to that report of a new Mega Man title. Yeah. In.
Urbosa's fury is ready.
There's really not much point to holding out. I would hope for. Oh, wait a minute. Past what I was looking for, I think. Anyway, the point, what I was gonna say is just simply that, the invitation leak doesn't seem to have yielded anything. I mean, although that's the direct for not that's the direct at the Summer Games Fest in regards to Capcom was Monster Hunter and Street Fighter DLC. Yeah, so therefore, what reason is there to believe that there is actually something truly in the works when the invitation leak didn't amount to anything? So, though there could be something, it's a very low chance. But if it is real, then I guess it would be either, let's see, Mega Man 12, Mega Man X9, Mega Man X, Mega Man Legends 3, or maybe some remake of one of the earlier Mega Man Legends titles. But at this point, I think the only Mega Man Legends we're gonna see on Switch is Mega Man 64. No, Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection. It might be time for that. And that seems like something that a Nintendo Direct could reveal. I mean, again, there is a bit of a rotation with Capcom titles, especially retro and handheld. Retro and handheld ones specifically. Seems to be it's a bit of a pattern. Let's see, it was Ghost Trick, then Battle Network, then Apollo Justice, then it Monster Hunter Stories 1. So therefore, following the pattern, then Mega Man and Legacy Collection would be next, or just something Mega Man. Hard to say. Again, not gonna. I guess just before the release of the previous one, the pattern, the next one would get revealed. So I don't see why it couldn't happen. But I'm not going to get my hopes up too much. I mean, all the same, we did recently get something from Mega Man, so maybe the leaks were referring to the Mega Man World series on Game Boy. Although, I guess that does mean that there's no plans to do a Legacy Collection for the 7, or I guess 8 titles released for handhelds that don't really fit into any other category other than just themselves. I mean, they could have made a collection, I guess. Although I guess only one volume. I guess the original Game Boy titles would only be enough for one volume, and then the 2 Extreme titles and Mega Man Base wouldn't necessarily be enough for a volume 2. Although they could have just done away with the dual volume for the one release. Although I do wonder if there's going to be if after everything if after everything else we get a collection specifically for all the random spin-offs that Mega Man used to get. I mean, I think there was a Mega Man Fortune Street, and and of course Mega Man Soccer. Well, I wonder if those will ever get a Legacy Collection, or if those will just show up on Nintendo Switch Online at random. Who knows? But one thing is sure. Only only Mega Man and Base or Mega Man 64 could show up at the Direct this time. Even then, I don't think Mega Man 64 is likely simply because there were two N64 titles released last time the expansion pass got an update. So it's the Game Boy Advance's turn. Although technically it should be Sega Genesis' turn because it hasn't gotten anything in about a year. Yeah, pretty much 1 year. Yeah, but enough of that. What's next on the list? The yeah. I mean, this is a title that when did that disappear? Yeah, anyway. Yeah. And I guess it may have been long enough since the first one was released, and it did seem to get enough. It did seem to sell well enough, so I don't see why not. But then again, it's also likely that a different Bandai Namco title could be what is released. I mean, of the same caliber as about the same as Pac-Man World Repack. That is, and especially I would like to have Tekken on Switch. I mean, I just don't think it's gonna happen at this point. I mean, despite the fact that the Nintendo Switch is perfectly capable of running the earlier Tekken games. I mean, up until Tag Tournament and 2. I mean, is a Wii U game really that early? Like 2/3 of the series, the Nintendo Switch is capable of doing. Yet, there's nothing. I mean, maybe we'll see Tekken 8 on the next Nintendo Switch. But at this point, Tekken itself, I mean, or just Tekken in general, I don't see that happening outside of Tekken Advance on Game Boy Advance. Although, speaking of Namco games on the Game Boy Advance, I guess the two Klonoa titles could show up. I don't know. Maybe I should have looked at a list of Bandai Namco titles from the 2000s. Or, yeah, I mean late 90s, early 2000s. I mean, what else could be from the from the first two PlayStation systems or the GameCube of a rating below T that could show up? Because I forgot to look it up and drawing blank. Hey, who goes there? I'm back here. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. What was that? A side quest I never completed? Hard to say. All I know is I saw the R fragment fall over that way. Yeah. Just gonna need to pause that for a moment. Can't glide and type at the same time. Let's see. Yeah. A couple titles that could show up, but these are ones that I'm not, that are also a bit less likely. Yeah. Two titles I'll actually type up now. Both are unlikely. There. Yeah, I really have to figure out which key is doing that. Yeah, turn back on. Yeah. I'll just scroll up a little farther if possible. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, with Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2, yeah, guess it could happen, but on the other hand, it is worth noting that it at Volume 1 only showed up at the direct after after it had been showcased elsewhere. There was no appearance of anything Metal Gear other than Snake Eater Delta at Summer Games Fest. So, therefore, I don't know why I bothered typing it up. I guess it could happen, but why did I bother? It's probably not going to happen till next year. Yeah. Yeah. As for Silent Hill, well, actually, first let's go over first of all, Volume 2, I expect will be the second in a trilogy. Because, well, I just don't see 4 or Horrible Ops, um, and it was then Peace Walker, both versions of 5, and Metal Gear Rising all fitting into one collection. And other than maybe Rising, I don't see any of those being left behind. Where'd that go? Yeah. So, if I had to guess, Volume 2 will probably have um, Horrible Ops, Guns of the Patriots, and Peace Walker. Maybe with Ghost Babel included as a bonus. Either that or Acid. But again, I don't even know why I bothered typing it up. It seems a bit unlikely to happen due to the fact that, well, there was no mention of it at the at Summer Games Fest, which is where one would otherwise.
It is my pleasure.
expect the announcement to happen. So, for that reason, I'm actually going to remove that one from the list. Which brings us into Silent Hill Master Collection Volume 1. Yes, this one hasn't been at this one isn't one that's even been. I mean, this one has not been something that was shown at anything in any capacity. It's the first one, rather than being a sequel that is expected. All that flint. But on the other hand, I guess it would make sense that. I mean, here's the thing. Unlike with Metal Gear Air Solid, I mean, that would probably make sense to resurface as 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 just on account of it taking place after or Delta. I mean, so therefore it would probably resurface post release. But what about the Silent Hill titles? The only one that's, I mean, other than a couple new projects, all there is for Silent Hill is a remake of 2, which is all well and good, but what about 1? What about 3? I mean, 3 admittedly could see a remake if 2 does well, but I'm just saying the original. Oh, actually, never mind. 1 doesn't need probably wouldn't. I mean, here's the thing: 1 already got a remake in. I think it was called Shattered Memories. Yeah, it was released on the Wii and PlayStation 2, if I remember correctly. So the Wii version is better because of because of because it was made first and it was designed for its target hardware. Yeah. Though, if I had to guess, a remaster of the PlayStation 2 version would probably be what would be brought to modern systems, if at all. But then again, I don't think so, because, I mean, not either Shattered Memories nor the Twin Snakes seem to have any likely chance of showing up on anything. But yeah, well, let's see. It is a museum quality a version of the first one on everything. So, therefore, despite the fact that that a superior version of 2 is on the way, and the first 3 should therefore see a re-release in the same manner and using the same engine as the first volume of the Metal Gear Master Collection. Yes, the HD collection versions of Silent Hill 2 and 3 do have their problems, but well, how do we know that some patches won't be? How do we know that wouldn't include some changes to make it more in line with the PlayStation and 2 original for historical purposes? But even then, though there is justification in the reasoning for if there is justification in having it on the list compared in more than was the case with with Metal Gear Solid. Let's face it, it's probably going to be. I mean, if I had to guess, the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection will probably be a bi-yearly thing at minimum. Now, time to move on because this broadcast is going on for far too long. Yeah, probably just gonna have to just remove the part where I had to cut, and then just call it a day for the for this part, taking far too long. And I don't think there's anything I can do to shorten it either. Meaning, on top of not having the best,
Mifa's grace is ready.
production quality or pacing. Um, anyway. So, a couple that I'm not sure if have a chance. I'll just type out both. Just get these out of here. Yeah. May as well see if I can shorten in this now. Actually, that. Yeah, perfect. So, Mass Effect Legendary Edition. That one is one that I that I think, if I remember correctly, appeared on aired in some ratings board leaks a while back, a good few years ago. these are the same ratings board leaks that revealed, or that hinted at Borderlands 3, uh, Batman Arkham Trilogy, and Red Dead Redemption 1, all coming to Nintendo Switch. All those came to fruition last year, if I remember correctly. Maybe the year before, for some of them. I'm very pretty sure it was just last year. But Mass Effect, that's the only one that hasn't come to fruition. Combine that with the fact it's made by and that with the fact it's owned by EA, and I don't know how great a chance. Yeah, so yeah, very slim chance, but as as is the case with pretty much all the ones you see on screen, because this is the bottom of the barrel part of the list. The one where I put it down because I think because there might be a chance, a very slim chance, given but there is enough evidence to imply it could happen all the same. So, yeah, might happen, but hard to say. Maybe it's. I mean, maybe it could be. I mean, when was the anniversary of the third one or the first one? I'm not sure. Maybe that would say something. Even then, maybe this one was just the red herring thrown in to throw everything off. As for Hi-Fi Rush, yes, the studio is unjustly, or is seemingly unjustly closed down. Most likely, definitely unjustly, to be honest. I mean, it's possible that there could be, with it being a Japanese studio, there could be something with it that either made him have to close it, or will come back to haunt him later. Or come back to bite him later. Yeah. But, enough of that. I mean, no telling what could be the case with, regulations overseas. Even then, I could be mishearing. Maybe it was one of the other studios that was. I don't know. I don't remember for sure. But either way, he probably put my foot in it with saying all this. But my point is, Hi-Fi Rush, there's a good chance that it had a Switch port made. Or maybe it's a port for the next Switch. Who knows? And yes, the studio did shut down, but it could have had time to finish the port before that happened. Or alternatively, Hi-Fi Rush could have been outsourced to a different studio. As far as the Switch port, that is, could have been outsourced. Before the shutdown. Either way, does have a chance, but then again, is the Switch powerful enough to hold the frame rate necessary? Who knows? Now, again, very close to the end of the list. Fallout, that's one that, I mean, 4 could have received some Switch ports, or what, or you could have had work started on a Switch port around the same time that preparations were being made for PlayStation 5 patch for Fallout 4. I mean, it runs on the same engine as Skyrim and maybe Wolfenstein 2. And could happen. Hard to say, though. Let's see. I'm just gonna put all 3 of these in the same, on the same line. Actually, wrong button. Yeah. As for these 3, again, I mean, not sure about the chances. I mean, with Half-Life, the engine for that is known to work as a result of the companion collection uh, for Portal. With Counter-Strike 2 in recent title, but I suppose it's not. So, but I suppose it's something that something that would be too much of a problem for the Switch to handle. If yeah, I mean, Counter-Strike is, and of course, since there's Team Fortress 2. Assuming I said Counter-Strike first, so Team Fortress 2, old enough game that that it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But then again, Team Fortress 2 is also a bit of a neglected title for the most part. We get an update a few months to a year ago, but otherwise. But why even bother or suspecting these? Well, all well, there were all those well, there were all those strikes for for Nintendo content in Gary's mod recently. So it's possible that that the removals were done as part of continuing relations between Nintendo and Valve. Or I mean, I mean, alternatively, it could be that a new version of Game Builder Garage is on the way that will include Nintendo assets. I mean, why not allow for or with it? I mean, why not within a Nintendo-made game allow for things to be done with and offer or user-created content with Nintendo assets? Or alternatively, Super Mario Maker 3D could be a thing. I mean, if one can program it to work on the N64, the Switch, or the successor thereof at this point, should be more than capable of handling it. But I'm not odd count, but I doubt that Gary Smart itself would come to Switch. I mean, why would Nintendo allow that when Game Builder Garage and Super Mario Maker exist? Yeah. Beyond that, I only have 2 left. These being yeah. Oh, yeah. Whole Night Silk Song is one that well, I mean, again, there were ratings board or earned reveals and films a while back. So it's not out of the question that Nintendo Direct could be where it's supposed to show up. I mean, it wasn't at Summer Game Fest or the Microsoft showcase, so I guess the so I guess the Nintendo Direct could be when it shows up. But then again, well, anytime anyone says All Night Silk Song is gonna show up, it doesn't show up. Yeah. It's just something that is always jinxed. You say it could happen, it does, and that scares it away from happening. Okay, so only one left on the list, and this one is one that's at the very bottom because, well, for one thing, at the time it wasn't even something that anyone was certain was actually going to, was actually real. Yeah, last one. Doom: The Dark Ages. This was just officially unveiled, well, what would have been earlier today, but it's almost 2 hours past midnight at this point. This has been going on far too long. And I think I still have to cut it and get it rendered in case the in case the Nintendo Direct is officially a, a, a scheduled for Tuesday, tomorrow. Or I guess later today, but yeah, this yeah. Either way, my point with this being at the bottom of the list, aside from the fact it was unconfirmed at the time of compiling the list, of originally compiling the list. I wrote down. I finished. I had been working on it for, well, a few weeks in anticipation, and made some. And just finished it today, or but had that one on there for a couple days. Anyway, I mean, on one hand, I think there were port reveals of Switch ports for Doom titles at Direct. Not too long, but I'm not sure how long after the I'm not sure how long after after, I'm not sure how long that would be after it came out on the original target platforms. But assuming it's the same, but regardless, assuming it's the same engine as Doom Eternal, should be more than possible for it to show up on Switch, on the current Switch. So could be held off till next year for the next Switch. Also, oh, and uh, oh, and so yeah, it could be unveiled at the Direct, or it could be something that held off for next year. So yeah, I think that's all. So a quick recap. Yeah, so if we'll scroll up, yeah, these two are all are ones that are already announced and are coming out soon. I mean, 95% chance. I mean, wait, Edge Online update in general, yeah, 50% chance, depending on when it's 25 to 50% chance, depending on when, or 10 to 50% chance, depending on when the direct actually is. If it's Tuesday, it's probably not as likely to yield anything in particular, other than maybe a coming soon message. But if it's on the 18th or later, and 50% chance. Mario Sonic at the Olympic Games Paris 2024. That's I'd say that's a 50% chance. I'd say it's a 40% chance. Same with, 50% chance for both. Oh, no, just stick with 40 for both Olympic Games and the Imprisoning War. 50% chance for Echoes. Yeah, 10% chance for Corruption. And just for, I don't know, 30% I say, and I guess, they say 20% chance for both of these. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse and Stretch Mo. 7% chance for this one. I mean, I'd say 7% chance or uh, for Legend of Zelda DS or 3DS remaster, given percentage of, even the higher percentage for Imprisoning War. Oath Genealogy of Holy War. Again, it could go either way. It's a bit of a coin flip in of itself, so I don't know, 10%. Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D, 90%. Almost yeah, a good 90%. Invitation, I don't know, maybe a 60% chance at the most. Probably more like 30. A good, yeah, a good 80% chance for Sonic X Shadow Generations. Maybe I don't know, maybe a 20% chance for Sonic Rumble. 30, 40, 30, 10, and 40. No, 30. 30, Also 30. No. No. 20. 20 for either one, for one or the other. 10% if, and 15%. No, that's a bit low. 15, then 20. Just 15. I'll give this a 15. I'll give this a 7. A, yeah, so, no, 10, 7, 10, 10, 5, 5, 5. Yeah. Either, this one, I don't know, it's either a 50% chance or a 0% chance. And this one, again, yeah, 10%. And of course, let's not forget that these tiles are most definitely not coming, with the exception of this, which, yeah. You know what? I'll just remove that one from there entirely. See if I can get this whole thing on screen. Nope, not possible. So, yeah, just one one last look. Pain. Pain. No accident test, switch anything. No over in Legends of GTA. No Thievery Chronicles. No Oracle remakes. No Ocarina of Time remake. No Core remaster. No GameCube HD double pack. No. Wind Waker HD. Hard to say for this. No GameCube Online. Probably no Kid Icarus Uprising HD. No 3D open world Donkey Kong game. No Mother 3 English dub. No Sonic Heroes Ultimate this year. And no Quake 3 because it never has a direct. High chance of Luigi's Mansion 2 ending as Chips Edition. Likely chance of 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 a Nintendo Switch Online update, Mario Sonic at the Olympic Games Paris 2024, our Warriors Imprisoning War, our Metroid Prime 2 Echoes Remastered, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption Remastered, Metroid Prime 4 not remastered because it's brand new, and a slight chance for Kirby and Rainbow Curse, Stretch Mode HD, Legend of Zelda DS3DS Remaster, Energy, all the part of Echo Genealogy of the Holy War, Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D, Fantasia, definitely, Fantasian, possibly, Like a Shadow Generation, almost definitely. I mean, Sonic Rebel, also like Tactics, Monster Hunter Stories, Flex Fire, Anti Blast, ARS Rising, Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, or an older title. Hard, hard to say. Also hard to say for if maybe in 2024 or it has anything to it. Uh, Star Force might happen. The rest, I mean, uh, and maybe Anchor World 2, but the rest, unlikely, but may as well. Downhill Master Collection Volume 1, Aspect Edition, Hyper Rush Fallout, Half-Life, Counter-Strike 2, Team Fortress 2, Hollow Knight Silk Song 2, Dark Age again. Probably not, again, not the most likely to happen, but still might have a chance. Slim, though. And yeah, I guess this panel shows all the ones that are the most likely. So I guess just leave it at that. Yeah. And oh wait. Turn that. It's time to end it. Again, I make no guarantees. Let's go with what looks like it might have a chance. Oh, come on. Seer. Seer. Lost track of the target. I saw a fragment, but I can't